that's important is that it bodes well for what we can expect from a game viewing point of view. When it's hot like it is now, especially at this time of the year when it's so dry out there, at some of the locations, it's been raining in some parts of the country over the last week or so. Madikwe hasn't seen its share yet, but it will get there. Whereas some other parts have seen it quite nicely. But anyway, to get back to my point, is that when it's hot and dry like it is now in some locations, we can see a lot of animals. And I did see that Okoya was sitting up in the mid 30s as well today, which is also going to be good. Yes, we're just watching. This little youngster is just having an absolutely epic sand bath, bottom right of the screen at the moment. While we've got another elephant flat on its side on the top left of the pan. I don't know where to look actually. Let's have a look at the little guy doing his dust bath. He's just having the best time. What they do that for is a type of insulation. So they are definitely trying to hide away from the sun. And keep cool. Those elephants wading into the mud. It's actually quite deep there. Yesterday we figured out that in some places this mud is probably 4 to 5 feet deep. There seems to be a hole or two. You can see that large female there on the other side. She is literally up to her belly into the water. There he goes and lies down. That baby's having a full-on swim there. This little guy here dusting himself with all the sand in the whole of Madikwe. I think he wants to bury himself. I suppose kids will be kids, and a sandpit is a sandpit. It doesn't really matter what animal you are or where you're from. Look at him digging some more sand with his tusks on his trunk. It's super cool. Now he's rolling around in the sand as well, covering it. My son used to do exactly the same thing. Epic. So we got them lying down and swimming everywhere. It's so cool to see. Watch this little guy. He's going to step into the hole that's there in front of him now. A deep mud pit there. Look at that little baby there trying to get out. Oh, cute, man. Swinging his trunk around. We watched another baby yesterday just have the best swim ever at the end of the show. Same thing. WildEarth lover, you the first person to send in a comment this morning. Well done. So good morning to you. And you're saying you're loving these beautiful Ellies. Yeah, definitely we're having a celebration of Ellies this month. There's seems to be a super abundance of them at all the locations, and we are being spoiled rotten. I can say that will change as we go through the year. And so definitely keep your eyes glued and build up your Ellie credits, because by January we're going to battle to see them on these cameras. They disappear into the bush. Let's see if this little guy goes for a swim. Ah, he's also just kicking up some mud. Gosh, they can really work a pan. Really quite cool watching these little guys do their thing. Look at that little Ellie there, just practicing what he saw from mom, kicking at the pan, making it bigger, making it deeper, swinging his trunk around. Classic. It's so cool to see. You know, if we were there in a vehicle, they wouldn't feel this comfortable to do this. And so it's just so nice to see. These cameras are just so amazing. Yeah, swim done. Playtime over. Back to eating.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
You can see following that buffalo now, you can see that he's slowly making his way down to the pan, just taking his time to suss out the scene, giving himself a scratch as he comes in. He's just giving these ellies time to get used to him. Elephant, as we've seen before, reluctantly share their water. They're sort of quite spiteful in their behavior toward other species. See, this buffalo, he doesn't want to get chased anyway. He just wants to sort of slowly make his way in there. Say, like, hey guys, how's it going? Can I come and have a swim with you? I'm also getting hot. Let's see what he does with this Ellie. Also quite skinny. You can see he hasn't had decent grass for a while. Hip bones sticking out. Slowly just saying hello to these Ellies on the way past. Doesn't want to be chased around. No. This youngster. They always do that, these young Ellies. They're so full of beans. So this buffalo bull, he's probably just going to go lie down there in the mud. He'll have a bit of a drink. I don't know. These Ellies have now swum this pan into a soupy mess. I don't think there's going to be much clean, fresh water for him to drink. But let's just see where he goes. Maybe he finds a bit of a puddle. He's most likely just going to lie down and cool off. There you go. Ah, very nice. There you go, big guy. That must be such a welcome relief. I mean, being pitch black covered in fur like that, and the size that he is, out in an area where it's already 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 35 degrees centigrade this time of the morning, and will only get and stay that hot for the rest of the day. No shade out, or very little shade out there. You must get hot. Sun bright shining above my head today as well. Yesterday it was pouring with rain. In fact, we were dealing with some minor flooding incidents yesterday with rivers bursting their banks all over the place here. Today, a glorious day, just the same as it is in Madikwe. Only Madikwe is still surrounded by browns mostly, whereas here it's the most vibrant green ever. Here you can see with this fantastic view that we've got, the sort of Ellie's clustered underneath the shade of the tree there on the left-hand side. They'll do that this time of the year, choosing to mainly feed at nighttime if they can, but you're looking at about 20 hours or so a day of activity, feeding activity, 20 to 24 hours a day, just to get enough food into these huge bodies. Soon as the grass starts growing and the leaves start greening up, or the trees start greening up, then they'll have more time for some rest and relaxation. This young Ellie on the left bottom looks like he's also going to have a bit of a mud bath, sand bath, sorry. He's kicking at some sand in a depression there. It looks like he's going to do it. The buffalo stood up for some reason. Quite often, buffaloes carry a large amount of ticks, and quite often you'll find terrapins, which are carnivorous or insectivorous mainly. They'll come up and sneak up to buffalo and peck at the ticks that are growing where the buffalo can't scratch them off. So under the tail and in the groin area and in the armpits, you'll find terrapins sneaking up and pecking off ticks. I can imagine it's probably a nice, not so nice feeling. I suppose depending on how firmly lodged the tick is. Sarah, watching all the way from the UK, you're saying what a great scene with all the stuff going on. Really is, isn't it? There is so much going on, you don't really know where to look. I'm definitely not moaning though, because come January, it's going to be a different story for us all here. My customary hay fever 20 minutes into the show is in full swing. So, excuse me every now and going quiet. I'm having a sneeze attack. Heather, you'd like to know if an elephant can get tick bite fever? Um, Gosh, I don't actually know, Heather, to be honest with you. I know that elephant have got a list as long as my arm of things that they can get sick from, and I'm assuming that some tick-borne Oh, these Ellie's chasing each other. Gosh, it is a spirited showing off. I'm assuming that there's some parasite-borne diseases that elephants can get, absolutely. And so I'm going to say yes, just based on the fact that very few mammals are immune to tick-borne diseases and diseases, viruses, and bacterial infections carried over from parasitic organisms like ticks and flies, etc. So, only thing is, you don't see a lot of ticks on elephants. You get ticks on rhino and ticks on hippo, but elephants. Whenever I've been up close with an elephant, they do have ticks, and there are certain flies that bite straight through an elephant's skin. But because their skin is so thick, you don't really see them carrying large amounts of ticks. But great question there. I think yes would be my assumption. What they are exactly, and what tick them, I don't know. So Heather, I'm just busy having a look now in my resources that I have available to me, and I found a scientific paper on tick-borne diseases in elephants. I'll read it to you now. Um, we're just busy celebrating these youngsters having their best swim ever in this little pool that they've managed to create for themselves. Gosh, I'm being owned by this hay fever attack. Not too much of a problem. I got it under control, wrestling it into control. Look at these youngsters. So now this is a creche of young elephant inside this pool. And often what you'll see is them taking the opportunity to bully one another. You see it extend into adulthood with male elephants. Female elephants, thankfully, are more mature, I think, and lose this compulsion to want to just wrestle younger elephants into submission. But often you'll find elephants playing with each other quite roughly in some cases, lying on each other, climbing on each other, and it's all just a dominance thing. This one's had enough of a swim or wants to come and join some others.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
And if I were to extend that particular theory, so elephants find a depression in the bush that's collected water. They then widen it and deepen it and create these banks and compact the base and the edges. And animals from all over then come and visit the pan because now it's permanent water and there's mud there. But elephants have a way of extending the pan to a point where it becomes too shallow and the sun then burns off the water. And I think if I were to suggest why, it would be that these pans end up being nodes for lots of animals, which places a lot of pressure on the bush around the pans. And I think elephants' job is to make sure that they're opening up these pans all over the place that are relatively short-lived so that the bush isn't hammered too much around any water body. And that these pans sort of pop into existence in the bush haphazardly, and all by elephant. They're the ones terraforming these things rather than creating permanent water in one place for too long. It's my theory anyway. All right, so Heather, I've got some feedback for you on the tick-borne diseases. Now, this is obviously it's a scientific paper. It's called the Molecular Identification of Ehrlichia, Anaplasma, Babesia, and Theileria in African elephants and their ticks. It was Edward King Ori, Vincent Tobanda, Patrick Chio, Raymond Sorgura, Patricinio Morondo, and Sama Angeloni. They were the authors of this. It was published in 2019. So I'll read you the abstract for us to consider. And it says here that although historical records indicate the presence of these tick-borne diseases in African elephants, not much is known about their prevalence and diversity in elephants and their ticks. Predominantly, the two species are Ambilioma thelonii and Rhypsiphelis. Gosh, can hardly read these ones. Humoralis. So those are two ticks. These guys amplified and sequenced the hypervariable of Babesia and Theileria and the heat shock protein gene of Ehrlichia. That's obviously those are the diseases. All right. Our results showed that the African elephants were infected with a novel Babesia species, while Thelonii was infected with Theileria bicornis and Theileria velifera. This is the first record of bicornis, a protozoan that is linked with fatal infection in rhinoceros in a tick. Elephants and their ticks were all infected with the species of Ehrlichia like that identified in Japanese deer. Okay, then it goes on with the results. There was no association between the result in ticks and that of their elephant hosts for either Babesia, Theileria, or Ehrlichia. Our study reveals that the African elephants are naturally infected with Babesia species and Ehrlichia species, and opens up an opportunity for further studies to determine the role of elephants as reservoirs for tick-borne pathogens, and to investigate the potential in spreading these pathogens as elephants range. The presence of bicornis and thenolii also suggests the need for experiments to confirm its vector competence. So, wildlife species. Anyway, I'm going to read on while we go on. I won't bore everyone with with me droning on and trying to figure out exactly what's going on here, when so much else is happening as well. So, Heather, I'll read on a little bit and see if I can find anything else, and hopefully that answers your question. So, elephants do harbor tick-borne diseases, pathogens. They have ticks associated with them that carry these diseases, but not much study has been done. Actually, zebra are pretty feisty. Oh, it's because that elephant is wanting to chase them around. See, that buffalo is making his way out. More elephants are arriving. I wonder what got those zebras so riled up. That elephant wasn't giving them too much gears. These zebra are coming back now. I don't know what's got them so feisty. They're thirsty, obviously, but don't want to play with the elephants. But we don't only have Jamala as a camera feed, we've also got others. And so why don't we go and have a look at another rocking place, and Okakoya. It's amazing how the scene almost repeats itself exactly the same day in and day out. It's so great. So another arcing blue sky, clear day, little bit of a breeze I can see ruffling the water, and then we've got our usual suspects, the ever-present herd of springbuck and the roaming herds of southern oryx and plain zebra. And we'll see what's coming in there from the back. Could be the greater kudu or some more zebra, some more oryx. Tough to say. So for those of you who are new to the show, good morning and welcome. What we did there was we went from South Africa to Namibia, and we went from the Madikwe Game Reserve to the Tosha National Park. The Tosha National Park being one of the largest and most well-known of the national parks in Namibia. There's a large water body that we're looking at now called Okakoya, associated to a rest camp, which is just off to our left-hand side and behind the camera. The rest camp itself was one of the very first in the park, and there was a spring here that the camp was built around, obviously to provide water for people. And that spring has been fortified with borehole water, creating this very large water source that we see now. And it's permanent. Oh, those are eland. Okay, so that we don't see. We see them from time to time, but we don't see them. They're not that common. So the large antelope that walked in with this herd of zebra are eland. They're Africa's largest antelope. The two that you see on the right-hand side there, the grey antelope at the water's edge. And those look like two females. These would be the Cape eland. You very often see the Patterson's eland up in Kenya, but we don't see the Cape eland. Grayer and slightly larger, but marginally. And then in the foreground, we've got our springbuck, which you only find in southern Africa. You don't find them anywhere else, although they are part of the gazelle family, and gazelles are widely represented, different species all over the place. Very well suited to living in dry, arid environments. Very agile and fleet of foot, taking really something as highly specialized as a cheetah to take them down. And a cheetah obviously evolved to be the fastest land mammal on the planet. These gazelles give them all a run for their money. There's some oryx coming in from the back with those very straight up horns. Both male and female carrying horns, similar to that of the springbuck and the eland. Lovely view of this pan this morning. Interestingly, you don't really see zebra and eland swimming, but you see the two desert antelope. You see them swimming quite often. You also don't see kudu swimming either. But the springbuck and the oryx you see swimming often. And we think it's all just a celebration of open water. There's no crocodile in Etosha anymore. They haven't been for tens of millions of years. You do, however, find lots of crocodile in the Okavango Delta and the river. So the Kavango River and the Kunene River, lots of crocodile, and the Okavango Delta has got many crocodiles, not too far away from Etosha. Etosha is a closed environment. Well, I mean, relatively closed. I mean, there is some migration through the boundaries. But as huge as what Etosha is, and it's a massive area, the animals can't really expand outside of its boundaries too much. Gosh, those eland are big. Double the size of a zebra. Had their drink and are now moving on to be replaced by others relatively quick. Etosha has around about a reset rate of about 25 minutes. By that I mean that every 25 minutes or so, a different mix of animals will be around the pan. Usually the same species, so springbuck, oryx, zebra, kudu, but different mixes. And we have seen recently a lot of elephant come down to Etosha as it gets hotter as well. So we're hoping that later on in the morning we get some elephant popping by. And then my big wish for Etosha would be seeing a predator, cheetah, down at the water, or even a black rhinoceros. Although those are more nocturnal than anything else. And oryx still having its swim.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
You can see the competition for the fresh water is as fierce as ever, and that's because elephant don't really like to drink dirty water. You can see they kick the water around and they swim in it and they stir up the sediment, and it really just does make the water distasteful. And so when they can, they'll drink fresh water, and they're clever enough to figure out where that is. In this particular case, it's the freshwater inlet. Gosh, it's a tiny elephant there on the left-hand side. That's baby. Looks like a warthog. Oh, shame, it just slipped and fell. Oh, wait, Mom. There you go. Mom and Auntie coming to help. Well done, Mr. Cameraman. It's a hard job controlling these cameras. Let's see if this young elephant is welcomed. She's a young female with a tiny baby. That's newborn. Look at that. Still pretty wobbly on its feet. Said it's one of its first mud baths, though. That is so cool. I hope this other elephant doesn't chase her away. Like, just leave her alone, let her have a drink. They're greeting each other, sniffing in the mouth. There we go. Greeting done. baby hiding underneath mom's front legs. It's where it's most protected. Golly, that's a tiny baby. That's one of the smallest ones that we've seen around Jamala, or at least I've seen around Jamala. Cute, man. Heather, you've asked an interesting question right now. You've asked if or how much water can elephants hold in their trunk. So, Heather, it's anyway sort of depending on which resource you read. It's anyway so from 5.5 liters of water to about 10 liters of water. So 1 to 2 gallons of water, um, and they'll drink about 200 to 200 to 200. They'll drink 150 to 200 liters of water a day, depending on how big they are. So that's um, maximum amount of water that they hold. I doubt that they use the full volume of water in their trunks at any given time. You often just see elephants taking a mouthful at a time, unless they're spraying water over themselves, in which case you often see them, kick out a bucket. But 5 liters, a gallon of water is a large amount of water. To me, it looks like sort of 2 to 3 liters at a time. There comes another herd of elephant down the path. Let's see where they go. Are they going to be thirsty or are they going to be hot? Let's see what they do first. And if they're hot, are they going to swim or are they going to just put water behind their ears first? This is zebra. They're not having an easy day over there. Yeah, zebra just getting bullied by elephants left and right. Exactly. There's another youngster there, not quite as tiny as the one that we did see, and immediately you see that this matriarch took them to the water's edge, and the first thing they're doing is just cooling down, so spraying their flanks and behind their ears with water. That little baby just going for a swim up. These poor zebras just skedaddling left and right. There's a big female. That's the matriarch just going into the water there. Trying to look for some fresh water to drink. No, just cooling her head down. Picking up some mud. It's amazing, these elephant trunks. They can there scoop up mud and spray it down their sides with a lot of force. Yesterday we were watching elephants sort of using the side of their trunk to pluck grass blades at the sort of ground level, not pulling the grass out, just plucking the grass blades with their trunk. They can lift sticks and branches with it. They can use it to bully one another. They can push trees over with it. There's a tiny baby there on the far right. Hope it doesn't slip down that bank. With mom there, they'll help it out of the water, so there's no danger of that little one getting too stuck. Or let me say, there's a very small risk to it getting too stuck that these elephants won't be able to help it. Look at that little baby on the left-hand side behind that female that just came in. Proper swim there behind mom's feet. And there she goes down for her swim. Yeah, well done, Mr. Cameraman. And boom, getting herself all covered. That little one's less than a year old because you can't see its tusks yet. They get 2 sets of tusks and 6 sets of molars. The one that's just coming up, they're now obviously older than a year because their adult tusks have erupted. But the youngster there behind his mom can't see his tusks. Gosh, these cameras are amazing. Right under the water. There's a little one with his mom in the background there. Tiny elephant. Gosh. Such an amazing sighting. I see elephants swimming all the time, but there's just something special about it every single time I see it. The little baby. Not finished swimming yet, ma'am. Trying to wiggle the mud everywhere. Must be as dirty as possible. Oops. Cute, man. And now she'll come around and try and get a drink. What's that guy doing now? He's chasing around there. That is a bull elephant. Saying hello in their special way. See the zebra have come back, trying for the 100th time to get enough to drink. That zebra has had enough. He's just going into the middle of the water and will try and drink there. That little Ellie on the left now decided to lie down on the sand. Watch this one elephant top the screen. Is going to chase the zebra again. Bull elephant making his way through the crowd. So many birds as well. Birds and butterflies, not just big things. Everything's coming down to the water today. What are you doing, little guy? He's scratching himself on that stump. Oh, where's mom? Hello, hello, hello. Just you. Buddies. Cute, man. You chase me, and I'll chase you back. No, you're not allowed to chase me. I'll chase you back. Back to mom. I'd imagine with those elephants that chased each other like a loud trumpeting noise. These elephants, they can make some terrifying noises, to be honest with you. There goes the big boy into the puddle. And that time of his life. Looks like he's got his legs splayed out backwards behind him rather than under him. Baby wanting some milk in the top right hand side. hugging up to his log or his stone. This male elephant, he's decided to plop in. I don't think he's very old. I actually think he's in his sort of late teens, maybe early 20s, maybe. He's just sort of a big boy because the females are quite small. What are you doing, bud? Sticking his face under the water, sticking his tusks deep into the mud. Yeah, that female goes off with a tiny baby out the top right hand side. He's now had his swim. See if he gives himself a bit of a butt scratch on this rock. Wow, nothing quite like a round wet rock up your butt. All those hard to reach places. If Heather, if you're still watching, I've been going over this scientific paper, and embarrassingly, I have to admit that me reading it was sub ideal. Before, well, me reading the abstract to you was sub ideal. I didn't read the rest of the paper. And I have some background to share with you in a sec. I just watch this Ellie scratch himself though. Finished first. They're still coming in now for their drink. And the water isn't even very clean. They weren't even allowed to get close to the fresh water. So they've just come in, been chased around for basically a mouthful of mud. All right, Heather. So I've got some background for you. For those of you who have joined us and don't know the context, Heather wanted to know if elephants could get tick bite fever. And I didn't actually know the answer to that question because you don't really see a lot of ticks on elephant, not like you do in rhino and buffalo and giraffe, at least anyway. And so I assumed that they do, but needed to find out some information. And I've found some information which I'm going to be reading to you now. It's a scientific paper. And here is the African elephant, like other wildlife species, is infested by various species of ticks that are known to be competent vectors of many blood-borne pathogens. So there's two species of ticks, mainly found as adult stages in the African elephant and other pachyderms, including rhino and hippo. These ticks are found in elephants in Kenya and other elephant ranges in Africa. The two species of ticks are three-host ticks. Immature stages are less host-specific and parasitize on domestic ruminants such as cattle, sheep, and goats, whereas the adults parasitize predominantly elephants and sometimes also found on rhino, which are considered an alternative host, as well as the giant forest hog and warthog, which is very interesting. The ticks that commonly feed on elephants are known, yet the hemoparasites that they transmit to the African elephants are not well described. Previously unknown species of Babesia were examined using microscopy in an African elephant in Kenya, and since then, no further publication by morphology or molecular techniques has been advanced. So, Heather, I hope that answers the question for you. It's just so interesting, all the information out there, and also what people are studying. Our understanding of the world around us is progressing at such an interesting pace. Sometimes I just wonder if our attempts at destroying it are still outpacing our attempts to conserve it or understand it at least so that we can put in proper conservation methods. But that's rather morbid. Let's rather just stick to light-hearted observations of pretty cool things like this Ellie bull who's now just finished scratching his butt and is now scratching his belly on that rock and his leg. This other youngster has wandered across the pool and is now, I'm assuming, hopefully trying to get into having a mouthful of fresh water. These zebra have made another loop and are coming back for a drink, unless it's a completely different herd. Impala walking across the screen, going out the left hand margin just above center. Male ram impala, or impala ram, I should say. The zebra peeling in from everywhere. These are the plain zebra, so not any other species. It's the most common of all the zebra species around. You get Hartmans and Grevies, none of which occur here. Only the plain zebra, and they've managed to wade themselves onto this little island, which is hot property actually. No more elephant there today. Pretty cool. Gosh, it's dry out there. Similar to Okakwe, what we'll see in the next couple of weeks, 4 weeks to 5 weeks or so, is in the afternoons these build-ups of clouds on the horizon. I'm hoping that you get to witness them because it's such a welcome relief to see when the clouds start to build. And of course, when you hear that first thunder on the air and you can smell the rain, there's this expectation. And then when the rain falls, it's usually in these quite dramatic storms, lots of lightning, lots of wind, lots of noise. And then all of a sudden, the bush just transforms virtually overnight. Zebra running off of their little island. No idea why that island in the middle there is such a great place to have a drink from. But you're one of the cool kids if you can get onto that island and have a drink. If you're not, then you can't. There's another young baby there. I don't know if it's the same one that's just sort of mom has just wandered around the perimeter of this pan. But there's not too many Ellies that size around. And so, mom, are you now going onto the island? Oops, sorry, boy. Watch little baby in the hole. Boom. Hey, help me. There you go. No, mom with her little baby, she's like, come on. You also need to go be one of the cool kids. That little Ellie will be young enough to still have its birth fuzz on its head. So they have like a reddish brown fuzz that they're born with. Excuse the camera work. It's really hard to manage these cameras. Well done to the camera operator. There's a buffalo that you can see in the reflection. We didn't even see him come up. We just saw his reflection pop in to being. Bigger than the last one. Shame this little baby's got something stuck in his foot. Oh, okay, sweet thing. Probably some mud. Their feet are like ours at the bottom, so it takes a while for the elephant's foot to harden up. But we were talking about that birth fuzz of of hair that young elephants have on their bodies. They lose it when they get a bit older. When elephants are newborn, they're properly hairy. All of a sudden, this island is now becoming the place to be. Everyone must come. shame. That little baby's going to get all scared now. Luckily, there's another youngster there to help it.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Now, this female has just run up here and just reprimanded the teenagers in the pool. Other one here by the stump trying to get out of the steep bank. What are you trying to do? No, not going to work. Oop, back into the water. Go around where it's shallower, then you don't have to climb up the bank. I hope this mom doesn't take this youngster through this little bridge. Go back the same way you came with your baby. She's not gonna. She's gonna battle to get through that deep that water. Let's keep on the island if we can. Some wildebeest. The action's going to happen around this island. The banks are steep, and these youngsters are all over the place. You know what happens when you got young elephant playing in a dangerous place? They must go to where it's going to cause the most damage. There's some wildebeest in the background. There's Ellie just having a lad. There's a bit of a steep bank there on this one point. Quite a deep channel, relatively speaking. I mean, for a full-grown elephant, it's nothing. But for these little youngsters, it can get a bit deep. No real harm for them. They got enough adult elephant around to help them. and elephant absolutely help each other. Look at these ones tusking the island, swimming out in the deep water. We'll see when it gets slippery. We've noticed in a lot of different cases elephants using their head as an anchor. There's a tiny little one. Just following mom, trying to be in her shadow. Is the zebra getting all feisty at the back there as well? Wildebeest wading out into the deeper portions of the pool just to get to some fresher water. Look at this one here, using his face to get up. No, the bank's a bit steep for you there, pal. You're going to need to go around to the beach. See, all the other ellies have gone across that shallow channel. Look how he uses his face now trying to get up. No, a bit too high for you there, bud. What are you going to do? Are you going to try and get up? Are you really going to do that? Come on, come on. You did it. Well done. Oh, this other elephant chasing the zebra around. Poor zebra. All right, action over. It seems like that was pretty much what we were going to see. Look at the zebra. They're chasing the wildebeest now. Whoop, whoop, whoop. What are you doing, elephant? Showing how big and strong he is. He's run off now into the distance. Still chasing that one lone wildebeest. Yo, active, very active pan this morning.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
There comes an adult elephant down the side. Everyone all of a sudden became a little bit wary, except for the kids. They're just carrying on playing. See what she does. Is she going to cross over and go to the island? Or is she going to come to this deep pool here and have a bit of a mud bath? Well, this youngster just has the best sand bath ever in his sand pit. It's interesting to see when an adult elephant, whether it's a female or a male, walks up to the edge of these pans and they become alert. I think it's because when they're different herds or matriarchs from different herds, I don't think elephants like to be close to one another. I'm saying that I don't think elephant herds from different natal herds, so in other words, elephants that don't know each other, like to be close to one another. I think they're quite wary of each other. Interesting. Really. I finished their swim on the side, just stopping by this dung to have a quick smell. For them, it's like a newspaper. I suppose more like a CV, a current CV. There's a young bull. He's going to cross the channel there on the other side of the island. Yeah, and you'd like to know if this water would be safe for humans to drink. Look, it's always a good thing to boil the water, any water that you find out in the bush in. And I think that that stays true in this particular regard. So, could you drink it? Sure. I mean, it's going to be muddy as anything. It would be like the thickest chocolate milk that you could have. But if you could somehow strain the water out through your sock or your t-shirt to a degree, or let the sediment settle to the bottom of your watering can, I still would decant it and I would still boil it. I think there's just too many things around to not poison the water, but just to make it less ideal. So if it were me here and this was the only water available, I would collect the water in whatever I could. I'd let it settle. I'd then siphon off the cleanest water and put it through my shirt or my sock or some sort of natural filter that I could. If I could add some crushed up charcoal to the mix that I got from a burnt tree, I would do that as well and strain it through there. And then I'd take the liquid that's left after that and I'd boil it for at least 10 minutes. So you're going to lose a bit to the boiling, but that would make the water as safe as possible to drink. And then you could drink it for sure. And if you didn't have a filter or, it was just a little bit too muddy, then let it settle out, siphon off the cleanest water on top, and then boil it. Longer than 6 minutes, not necessarily longer than 10. And then drink it. I don't know what it's going to taste like. Very muddy, very full of urine from elephants and dung from the elephants as well. Great. Gonna get treated to another sand bath. Epic. That mom with her tiny baby still just chilling out on the island. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by all the Africam cameras, um, which will add another whole dimension to the show. The show for the afternoon, which is going to be quite nice. We'll have a few more camera feeds from all over the place to go and visit. Not that I've been in any way wanting to go anywhere else today. Between Tasha and Jamala, we've had enough animals to actually have too much to talk about at times. So many elephant. Goodness me. Every time we think that we've seen some, there's a new herd on the way or have just arrived. Really cool. And there we have it, joined by the Africam cameras, and we're opening up with Africam Tau, which is also still in Madikwe, just like at Jamala. This is just a few kilometers away, and a far larger pan than Jamala, as you can see. Those are elephant in the far distance there. That's a herd of elephant. And we've got a grey heron in the foreground, just on the edge of the grass, a spoonbill in the shadows off to the right, busy sweeping through the water with its spoon-shaped bill. And we have some baboons, a warthog, and what looks to be a zebra, and some impala. Getting a great view of that Inselberg there in the background. Those are the Madikwe's famous Inselbergs, some of the oldest exposed rocks on the planet. I'm looking at billions of years. About those rocks are aged at about, I think, just over a third of the Earth's lifespan. So they were made in the very, very early days. And of course, they would influence the soil and therefore the plants and therefore the animals that we see in this particular area. This pan also has a few crocodiles in that we've come to see. We haven't seen them for a long time. Well, I haven't, at least, anyway. And then the birds that we see here so often as well. Great place for birds. This grey heron we see a lot. The one on the left-hand side. Oh, there's a crocodile there, just going towards the grey heron. So there you go. And a big warthog. Gosh, Also, the same. I don't know where to look. And you got that spoonbill. That crocodile looks like he's doing something. These crocodiles, they hunt here in the shallows. There's a spur-winged goose and this herd of elephant. Gosh. Definitely treated here today. Lots of things going on. That little Ellie having a bit of a game with his friend. Showing how big and strong and dangerous he is with his ears out and his head up. There's a crocodile just coursing around. If we can, it'd be interesting to see what it's doing. There's a hartebeest as well. Those are the antelope above the baboon. And this crocodile is moving backwards and forward. Behavior that we've seen is sort of reminiscent of them hunting the shallows. What they do is they sort of use their bodies to corral fish into the shallows and then strike at the fish sideways. So there you got the grey heron and the spoonbill. That spoonbill having an incredible feeling. There's a lot of nerves at the end of that spoon, apparently more than we've got in our fingers. And we'll also be hunting for fish and frogs and invertebrates. Such a unique shape. A little bit of a breeze out there at Tower today. Seeing where this crocodile's gone. I think he's gone a little bit more left, actually. I said it's actually quite a challenge managing these cameras remotely. But our camera guys and zoomies are doing such a great job. Well done to you guys. Still no sign of that crocodile. There's one there. I actually think there were two here in the water. Is that a crocodile or is that a rock? Probably a rock. And what is that? Stick. Some egrets and some Egyptian geese. This is a crocodile in the foreground here. And there's one of the crocodiles. He's not hunting anymore. It's a red-knobbed coot. No, just one of the crocodiles that we saw. Probably that one that we were watching that just sort of finished what he was doing. Crocodiles are very hard to predict what they're going to be doing, frankly. I mean, I've been watching crocodiles on these types of remote cameras for years, and I still don't know what they're busy doing. It's a white-faced duck on this little island. And that red-knobbed coot. Such a difference when you're looking at this green grass out here at Tau. It's just literally just around, it's on these mud flats. We were watching the elephant pick off the grass. Full-grown bull elephants that were sinking down right to their shoulders in these muddy backwaters. There's some baboon. Some ellies in the distance with that black-winged stilt, spur-winged goose, Egyptian geese, a couple more red-knobbed coots, blacksmith lapwings. Gosh, lots of birds.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
Goodness me, that must be one of the largest warthog tuskers that I've ever seen in my time. Massive warthog. It's obviously a boar warthog. Initially, I discounted him because he's actually quite skinny. You know, he's not doing so well. Not too much food around at the moment. But goodness me. I think these ellies are going for a mud bath in their wallow. They look like they're quite determined. Oh no, that little guy, he's just digging out some sand so he can give himself a sand bath. But these other ones look like they were heading toward the wallow spot. Yeah, that big warthog is coming into view again. Gosh. Yeah, so I didn't notice that warthog initially because he is a bit skinny. You can see his hip sticking out there. And with all the elephants around, it was difficult. But just have a look at the spread of those tusks on this guy. Easily one of the biggest warthog I've seen in recent times, for sure. Because I'm needing a bit of a meal. You must try and come across the mud onto that island and risk getting stuck. Lots of grass there. Baboon picking at the sand for something. What a magnificent warthog. When he's in great condition, he'll be way over 100 kilograms. 200 pounds. All right, we're on our way toward that wallow now. Let's see what these ellies are doing. Here we've got our spoon ball busy spooning about. What a beast in the distance. That youngster looking like he's had a bit too much to drink. What are you doing? These things are... Like, oh, whoa. Obviously got an itch somewhere that he's battling to scratch. Doesn't quite know if he must use the sand or he must use Martin. But like he's had a little bit too much wine for lunch. Something's bothering him. Some kudu coming out of the woods. There's some young bull kudus, greater kudu. Can see what's happening at this wallow. There's an ellie swimming on one side, and another massive ellie in the deeper part. So this is the deepest part of the water. Some bull elephant again. You can see how deep these pools are that they're making. That's the one swimming in the foreground. That's not the deepest part, but he's in the extended portion. The deep part is in front of us a little bit. What are you trying to do with your legs stretched out to the back there? These animals. You can watch them forever and you never quite understand what they're going to get up to, right? Looks like he wants to have a mud bath, but he's picking at stuff rather. You can see that he's dug his tusks into the mud there somewhere. See here, this big bull elephant, he's now standing in the deeper part here. This is the This is the deepest mud wallow that I know of. It's about 6 foot deep, and quite easily a bull elephant like that can submerge into it. It's amazing, actually. And we're finding these elephants are coming in here and spending a long time lying almost like in a jacuzzi fashion. He's now gotten up, so I think he's going to make some space, but it's actually incredible to watch how they maintain this particular wallow. By midsummer, this will all be hard and the pan will be smaller. I'm predicting that we won't even know that there was a wallow this deep. You'll be able to drive a car across it at some point. Now you'd get a tank stuck in it. Gio, you sent in a comment, and I thank you. You just said that these LEs are constant entertainment, and I must agree with you, Gio. There's always something that you can learn from them. They're super intelligent. I don't know if we can verify this, but I once heard an anecdote saying that elephants are about as intelligent as a 16-year-old child, which is significant. Um, and they're always doing something. You can watch them and learn from them so much. His trunk has gotten heavy. Some of these trunks of the really large elephants can weigh over 100 kilograms. So it's like having two cement bags hanging off your nose. Not such phenomenally big tusks, this guy. There goes this herd with a little drunk baby. See if they come down to swim. He's kicking the mud wallow deeper, just maintaining it. Here these youngsters come for their swim. Looks like he's already been in on his side, eh? Both sides. He's now had his kick in the pool, made it a bit deeper. That's where he's standing now, it's probably about 5 feet deep. Talking about being bird eye level, this blacksmith lapwing and this elephant are almost staring each other in the face. Here comes this little guy down for his wallow. See if he comes in. Oops. Something giving him a bit of a fright. They do tend to daydream bull elephant, and all of a sudden, sort of have a moment of being present, and sometimes you can see that it shocks them a little bit, and that I think is exactly what happened. He was daydreaming, and then when he woke up, there were other elephants around. Great picture. So full of mud, this guy. See what you're going to do. You're going to kick around a little bit, you're going to swim some more, you're going to get out and make some space for some others. No warthog running around there. No, he's going to swim some more, get a few more splashes. He's getting out, making room for others. Well done.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
See these earlies here, just getting into the mud, trunk up. Usually a sign that they're quite inquisitive about something. There, the youngster plopped down in the water. Definitely been a day for celebrating elephant swimming today. Pretty much all we've had on the screen for 2.5 hours. It's been great. Really, really being spoiled. That little baby that we're seeing over there, just sticking with mom. Looks like he got rid of his itch that was worrying him. Now just wants to follow mom around and stick in her shade. Is he smacking him in the face with her tail? Can't be too pleasant. There he moves across there. Want to go and drink? Asking nicely to have a drink from mom. This big bull elephant, he's finished with his swim. Well, now he's had a drink and he's going to make his way to the bush probably. Not the biggest elephant bull that we've seen, but definitely one of the biggest ones today. But other young elephants still lying flat in the mud there. Showing off with these great cameras. How crisp the picture can be. You can see the heat haze there in the distance causing the shimmer on the rocks. Veins in the elephant's ear, the mud. And Heather, if you're still watching, you can see not too much water being sprayed down the elephant's mouth. Sort of like, I'd say probably about a liter or two at a time. Maybe a bit less even. Although these animals are big, like the perception of size and volume is skewed for sure. A bull elephant on the scene. Another one. Didn't get his drink of milk from mom. She's not interested just yet. And there she makes her way off with her little family. Drink and swim done. All right. And with them moving off, why don't we go and have a look and see what reset we've had at Jamala? A couple of kilometers away and a different angle on the camera. And what we can see here immediately is we've got a fairly large bull elephant that's come in to the freshwater outlet. We've still got a herd of zebra. Don't know whether it's the same herd or different. It's probably a different one. And then at least two different groups of elephant in addition to the one at the freshwater outlet. So three herds of ellies around, possibly more. There's an elephant on the island. There's a fourth herd of elephant there. You can see a very different dynamic. Even though it's in the same reserve, and the elephants will be able to walk between Jamala and Tau, no stopping them. There's a different way of doing things here. That island is prime real estate, especially when there's a big bull elephant on it. Not much else is going to be allowed there. And then ellies are coming in and they're drinking from all over the place. Not just from the freshwater inlet, they're drinking from all around. Another herd of elephant coming in. Gosh. We're just teeming with elephant. Those ones, they've already had a swim and some water, it looks like. They're just moving from one side of the pan to the other. Probably going to head out on that game path up the riverbed. No, she's still coming down for some water. Lots of ceremony and body language going on here. Greeting, being careful not to antagonize anyone. What's that big guy doing with that stick? He's just got his foot resting on it. Scratching an itch. Or just using it to relax. Bizarre things, Elise. No idea what he's doing with that. Just standing on it.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
It looks like he's busy standing on the stick again, so it doesn't look like he's scratching it. He's just busy fiddling with it. Put his leg up on it again. Maybe it just feels nice for him. Bizarre. Great view of an elephant's foot there. I don't often get to see their feet like that. 5 toes on the front, or 5 toenails on the front, with 5 phalanges hidden by a fatty pad. They've got 5 fingered feet and 4 on the back. And if you look really carefully, you can see the tiny hairs on the elephant's trunk. So, although they're born with a reddish fuzz like we saw in that little baby, they lose their hair on their bodies, and then they just retain hair on their tail, their eyelashes, their chin, and their trunk. They use it as part of their feeling around. And you just saw him busy wiping some sand out of his eyes. There you can see their feet again. Round front feet, oval back feet. Like I said, 5 toes or 5 fingers on their front and 4 at the back, with 60% of their weight carried across those front legs. Those 2 front legs will carry most of the elephant's bulk. And those are just fingernails. There you can see a fly. Gosh, these cameras are amazing. You can even see biting flies on them. And his face. Probably an Ellie in his late 20s, early 30s. So I'm guessing it. Here you can see those eyelashes. Long eyelashes that help protect the eye. And then a little bit of hair that you can see on the chin. You've got a bit of a hairy chest as well. Such a great view. See the deep creases on that trunk, all just to allow it to expand and contract with all those different muscles that it has in it. Quite a heavy, important appendage. Without a trunk and ears or their skin, an elephant is doomed. Oh, splintered his tusks properly. Gosh. Great view of the eyelashes there and the trunk. You can also see how the eyes are pointed down towards the tip of the trunk and the ground. For them to see forward, they actually have to lift their head up. Goodness me, I can't believe that my time with you has already come to an end. I'm going to be handing over to my colleague Liam to take you through the rest of the show. So he's going to be with you until 3 o'clock Central Africa time. I just want to say on behalf of myself, I just want to thank you for all your questions and your comments today. It's been really cool spending the Sunday morning with you. I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. And we'll catch up with you another time. All the best for the rest of your day and keep well wherever you are.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Liam Burrow, the very lucky naturalist who's going to be taking you through the second half of the afternoon live at the Waterhole. And what a pleasure it is to be talking to you this afternoon. It promises to be another elephant-filled afternoon here with WildEarth TV. No complaints from my side. That is pretty marvelous. How's that for a scene? That Ellie Bull's large head and the reflections of a herd of zebra passing in the background. Wonderful stuff. Some very, very chipped tusks on this bull. Almost certainly a result of fighting, and a bit of a testament to this chap's personality, particularly when he goes through must. Must being a period for male elephants that they all fairly systematically go through throughout their mature adult lives. A period dominated by massive levels of testosterone and lots of raucous physical activity, lots of fighting, pushing, shoving, and ultimately mating is the result. It has absolutely pumped with elephants at this Jamala Waterhole this afternoon. 5 or 10 minutes ago, I counted over 40 elephants kind of around the dam. Tons and tons, to say the least. And not just ellies, the ever-present zebra, a couple of impala. But elephants definitely run the day here. A really massive bull sort of pushing his weight around a bit amongst all of these cows and younger males. Check out the size difference. He's a huge, huge beast. A lot of the literature on elephants suggests that the average weight of a mature bull is about 6 tons. But quite interestingly, a wildlife vet operating out of the town of Hoedspruit in South Africa's northeast, not far from where I am, tranquilized a sort of mid-sized male elephant to move it somewhere. So anyway, they darted this elephant from a helicopter, had it sleeping, attached its legs to some straps, as they do, in order to sort of hoist this thing upside down with a crane onto the back of a flatbed truck. And this crane had sort of a facility to weigh. And staggeringly, this elephant was over 7 tons. So I reckon a lot of our beliefs about how heavy these elephants actually are a little bit off. I guess we don't often have a circumstance where an elephant can stand on a scale. I reckon the average is much closer to 7 tons, with exceptional individuals moving more towards like 8, even perhaps 9,000 kilos. 18-odd thousand pounds. This guy, though, does not weigh 18,000 pounds. That's a very, very small youngster. Such a special scene. Scenes like this were at one stage extremely common across the continent of Africa. However, elephants these days are down to about 4% of the population that existed approximately 100 years ago. So this really is special. It's almost like a window back in time. I always find time spent with Ellies to be enormously valuable. It's good for the soul. There are mountains of them. It's also interesting, there's quite a bit of ceremony when it comes to elephant interactions. You can even see, once again, at almost center screen there, that enormous bull sort of going face to face with a very large adult female, a little calf in the middle there. And there are rules to elephant society, a bit like ours as well. Kind of accepted norms of politeness, things that they can and can't do. Ultimately, the majority of individuals just want to come in, do a bit of meeting and greeting, but ultimately get their drink without causing too much of a fuss and carry on with their day. Amanda, good afternoon there, all the way from the UK. Nice to have you on board with us. So, no, elephants don't. There's a lot of sort of myth and misconception about the trunk. There's lots of people that even believe that it functions sort of like a straw, that the elephant can suck water all the way sort of into its system using that trunk, but that's pretty incorrect. The trunk can hold about 13 liters of water, but only for a couple of seconds. That Ellie has got to blast it into the mouth. However, pretty fascinatingly, they do have a pouch in their throat, which can hold up to 5 liters of water. And that's a bit like an emergency reserve. So I'm sure that that keeps the elephant pretty satisfied as it moves on through the bush. And it's pretty fascinating. If elephants are ever in a circumstance where they get extremely, extremely upset, and that pouch actually leaks. I witnessed it with a herd of female elephants with a youngster that got trapped in a bit of a hole. All these cows sort of rushed to the aid of this little calf, and in the chaos of screaming and pushing and shoving, all of the adult females in the group began to have water sort of pouring out of their mouths. So that is this pouch or this sac, actually, I think, getting compressed by muscles in the neck, just sort of emptying all of its contents. It's quite stained. The water becomes like brown in color. Yeah, really, really interesting. It's called a pharyngeal pouch, if I remember correctly, or a pharyngeal sac. Goodness me, wall-to-wall elephants today. That's wild. Cool. Well, we might leave this marvelous scene to start checking a couple of our other live feeds. Let's head now to Old Donyo in southern Kenya to see what's happening up there. Haha, more elephant. What a pleasure. Now, one at least. Now, this Old Donyor feed is one of my absolute favorites of all of the vast and varied locations we actually travel to. Yeah, one sort of average-sized elephant bull and what looks like a flock of helmeted guinea fowl. Notice how this elephant bull just sort of skims the surface with his trunk. He doesn't just plonk the trunk into the water and sort of suck from the depths. Ultimately, all of these water holes are full of like dust and particles of mud and all sorts of things like that, blown in by the wind, perhaps animal droppings. But all of that stuff eventually settles to the bottom, leaving a fairly clear layer more towards the surface. I've mentioned in earlier segments, Ellies are very, very particular when it comes to the quality of water that they actually drink. So he only wants the good stuff. I guess when you're drinking as much as he is, 100 to 200 liters, probably twice a day at least, it pays to take the fresh stuff. I say fresh stuff, fresh enough for him, probably not quite good enough water for you or me. Probably make us quite ill to drink from a waterhole if we weren't going to boil it or add water purification tablets or something like that. Time to have a bit of a splash and a cool off. Another big benefit of that highly wrinkly skin is all of the folds trap moisture very, very effectively. So that elephant coats his body in water and perhaps packs on a layer of mud as well. His skin will hold on to that moisture for 60 times longer, or rather 60% longer than you or I as humans with fairly smooth skin. The grooves across his entire body are also all connected. So the water travels across that entire skin, which is pretty marvelous. Mother Nature thinks of it all. A very useful adaptation considering elephants don't sweat, so they can't sort of reduce their body temperature in that way. They've got to cool off with a bit of water and some rhythmic ear flapping. The sun coming out spectacularly there in Old Donyor, Kenya. It's actually quite a grey and miserable day here at home in Mpumalanga in South Africa. But yeah, summer is coming, so we won't complain about these cool days. Superb. Well, as this bull finishes up and perhaps carries on with his daily activities, let's go and check out the feed at Okokoyo. Haha, elephants all around today. And a couple of springboks sprinkled in. A big congratulations to the Springboks for doing so well in the rugby yesterday evening. Taking the opportunity to put that in there. Looks like a couple of kudu way out in the background, possibly an oryx kind of wading into the water there. And of course, a very, very special desert elephant. These desert ellies are pretty magical things. In many parts of Namibia, they can live almost independently of water. So they're quite different to the usual savanna elephants that we see across a lot of the other feeds, which are completely reliant on a permanent source of water. Now they will, of course, drink if water is available, but they can walk for quite literally days without a drink across this arid landscape. And an arid landscape it is. Okokoyo is adjacent to Etosha National Park in Namibia, one of the driest regions on the planet. Etosha actually meaning Great White Area, which probably refers to these chalky type stones that you see in the picture here, and quite chalky soils. I believe an indication that it was once a seabed, an ancient seabed, but we're talking millions of years ago. And Etosha is an absolutely vast area, 8,598 square miles, 2.2 million odd hectares, which rivals the greater Kruger National Park in size. It's massive. And still, in spite of it being tinder dry, there is life there. Amazing how nature finds a way. Yeah, definitely some kudu in the background there. Kudu sort of along the water's edge. An oryx is sort of waded in there. I don't think we can do much zooming on this particular camera, but at least a very, very nice vista. Another fairly large elephant bull has just arrived on the scene there. That's very, very cool indeed. And I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but I think that's a rather large dust devil in the sky, sort of a desert tornado just passing from left to right. Oh, that's a pretty confrontational approach there from the big guy on the right. I think he's very, very musty by the looks of things. All of that body language, sort of flicking the ears, a very bold approach. Tells me he's kind of up for a fight, and that other chap is not, so he's moving off. I mentioned a little bit earlier, these desert elephants are a rather special thing. There's perhaps only a couple of hundred of them in all of Namibia. So I would think these waterholes are a wonderful place for them to meet. It's probably pretty tough across an immense, immense landscape for them to actually kind of have a face-to-face with one another. They do, of course, have the ability to communicate over large distances at frequencies just a little bit too low to be picked up by the human ear. But they reckon as much as 30 kilometers away. And we're told that by the sort of science we have available at the moment, it could be more. These elephants are able to send messages. But I would think in order to find enough food, they've got to spread out pretty sporadically across this dry, arid landscape. But once again, water is a wonderful place for Ellies to rub shoulders. I think, though, the intention to get close to one another is possibly quite one-sided in this case. That smaller bull is hedging his bets somewhat, trying to stay out of the way of this big guy. If he is in must, as I suspect he is, he's probably pretty keen to have a bit of a fight. Now, the majority of elephant fights are sort of over almost before they've even started. A smaller bull will understand that he's at a massive disadvantage and kind of back away. But when bulls are evenly matched and they do sort of clash, those fights can be fatal. My dad, working as a conservationist in Mozambique, told me only in the last couple of days he came across an elephant recently with a tusk-sized hole in the side of its head. This was a very dead elephant. That hole obviously inflicted by the tusk of another bull. The smaller chap is making a bit of an approach there. I wonder if there's going to be some fisticuffs. Perhaps not. So many subtleties of their communications there. The lifting of that front foot of the smaller guy, an indication of sort of uncertainty, a little bit of indecision. But perhaps this big bull has said something to him that's given him reason to hang around. Under any normal circumstances, when the big bulls are not in must, not sort of drowning in their own testosterone, they're actually a wonderful presence for the smaller bulls. They offer a critical mentorship role, essential for the social life of these males, the social society rather. They govern them, they discipline them, and essentially they teach them how to be male elephants, how to be nice gentlemen.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
When I stopped in here to do checks about an hour ago, before starting the afternoon segment of this Live at the Waterhole show, it was full of life. Red hartebeest, baboons. So there is certainly a lot of life around here. And the ellies, of course, seem to be a very prominent fixture throughout the day. I don't suppose there's a lot of water around for them. So they seem to be, almost resident. And the impala is that sort of reddish-coloured antelope that's just disappeared behind the elephant bull in the water's back. One of the most common antelope species in southern Africa. Very, very widespread, but a beautiful thing nonetheless. Oh, check it out. Isn't that a glorious scene? Perhaps not the best day to be a frog or a fish. And check how that water level rose by sort of 6-7 inches as this bull plunged into it. That is elephant bliss right there. Yeah, it always amazes me. I mean, these bulls are so menacing and so intimidating on terra firma. They've got this aura of power and dominance to them. But they get into the water and they just sort of become kids again. Play like little babies. It's actually really nice. And on a day as hot as today in Madikwe, I don't think any of us would be anywhere else. Poolside is the order of the day. Elephants are actually pretty adept at swimming. You certainly wouldn't think so looking at kind of their feet. There's no webbing. They don't look like they could paddle particularly well. But essentially they're very buoyant. Their stomach is just pumped full of gas, a result of their digestive process. So they float beautifully. And even if they're in water that gets quite choppy, they can always raise the trunk above the surface. A bit like a snorkel, and breathe. Now, there's even some parts of Asia where Asian elephants will cross between islands in the ocean, swimming in the sea. There's some belief that the trunk has actually evolved to facilitate that. That's probably one of the primary reasons they have it. So pretty fascinating stuff. Kevin, that's a good question. So, elephant dung can certainly pollute water if there's too much of it. If the water is very shallow, if it's sort of sat in the sun, there's no circulation. Yeah, it turns pretty gross, to be honest. It fills with algae. The other animals will stop coming in to drink from it. But otherwise on land, it dries out relatively quickly in the sun. And it is essentially just chewed up plant material. About 75% of what an elephant eats comes through its dung, basically just mashed up. So yeah, it's not really nasty stuff. And actually, as a testament to how sort of fairly non-toxic it is, they reckon if you are ever completely stranded out in the African bush, so perhaps hopefully not, but your plane crashes out there somewhere and you've got to be stuck in the bush for a couple of days, rather than crouching down and drinking from one of these pretty tepid looking pools, they reckon you should find fresh elephant dung, squeeze it in your 2 hands and actually drink the sort of green tea like substance that drips out of it. I don't know, That sounds pretty nasty to me, but apparently people have survived that way. But yeah, I hope none of you out there are ever in that situation. That bull sort of finished up with his dunk, his dip in the mud. Seems to be heading off in search of other things to do now. And it looks like this younger bull wrapping things up as well. But perhaps we can pan around a bit. This waterhole is pretty big. Maybe there's some other life out there as well. Yeah, that chap not wasting any time, perhaps scared off by that gust of dusty wind coming through. The spot does look a bit windswept. Cool. Well, I believe there's some activity up at Old Donyo, so let's head up there and check that out. Brilliant. So another very large elephant bull here at the water's edge at Old Donyo in Kenya. And I speak under correction, but I think that might even be Kilimanjaro in the background. That's pretty spectacular. Even if it's not Kili, that's a pretty marvelous view. Elephants, acacias, and great mountain peaks. Also quite a bit of smaller life around. I see lots of savanna butterflies there, swifts and swallows, and a zebra popping out of that corner. This location always seems to be just choked with life. I have been up to East Africa, unfortunately never really this sort of landscape. I was lucky enough to do the gorillas in Rwanda 6 or 7 years ago. Absolutely mind-boggling stuff. And with a friend visited another sort of national park out there. But Kenya is very, very high on my list. I'd love to come to Old Donyo in particular, famous for its big ellie bulls, and a pretty exquisite variety of other mammals, birds, and all sorts of interesting things.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Sure, very nice big guy there. I don't know, perhaps there's a bit of a delay on this camera. And an oryx in the shade there somewhere. Two, perhaps. Now, these are fringe-eared oryx, pretty unique to this part of Kenya. A fairly close relative of the Bisa oryx and the southern oryx that we get down towards southern Africa. All species that are pretty adept at managing in very dry environments indeed. Bit of movement from those oryx. Cool. Well, I believe there's some zebra arriving at Opokoyo, so perhaps we can check in there. So, wow, how's that for a change? Goodness me. Hundreds of zebra coming down to the water with a couple of southern oryx in the back. What a scene. I don't know if it's possible to zoom out a little bit just so we can get kind of a bit more of an idea of scale. I don't know quite what this camera is capable of. Possibly not, but that's all right. Goodness me, that is a lot of zebra. Certainly not something we see a lot of, and not in quantities like that, in places like the Greater Kruger. It seems to be something pretty typical of Namibia. What an unreal landscape. You can see though in the back lots of kicking and fighting, and they may be beautiful, but life as a zebra can be pretty brutal. There's lots of fighting, especially when they're kind of all forced to congregate together like this at the water's edge. Lots of fisticuffs, if you will. Yeah, in particular, the stallions can be pretty brutal. The fights between males can occasionally be fatal. A stallion hoping to take over another herd will also target the foals sired by the previous stallion. Brutal stuff. I think that's fairly typical of most equids, though, most members of that horse, donkey, wild ass family. Yeah, it amazes me that this many zebra can find enough grass out there to eat. And they are exclusive grazers. Grass is all they feed on. But I guess there must be grass out there. I would imagine, though, they've got to walk pretty vast distances across these arid flats to find areas of good grazing. And almost certainly have to make the trip all the way back to the water every single day. Thankfully, though, for these zebs, no crocodiles occur up here. It's just a little bit too dry. So they can happily wade into the water without too much risk of being grabbed by a giant reptile. And what a vista that is. There is obviously a little bit of a delay on the movement of this camera, but so nice. A couple of desert ellies and absolutely hundreds of plains game species. We were only here a couple of minutes ago, and none of these zebra were to be seen anywhere. Outrageous how things in the bush can change so quickly. Those smaller things sort of moving around to the periphery on the right there are springbok. Quite a variety. these two Ellie bulls definitely do seem to be giving each other a pretty wide berth. A little bit earlier, we did watch some particularly musty behavior from one of them, the larger of the two. I think that's the one on the right. Unless, of course, one has moved off, or these are two new bulls. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, these bulls, when they do go through that must period, have got this very, very characteristic swagger. As they walk, they sort of jiggle their head, and you sort of get these waves of air through the ears. As a naturalist working in quite close proximity to elephants, you eventually get quite good at looking at those type of signals. An elephant bull kind of giving you that musty, cocky impression is certainly a bull that you'd want to give some room to. There are lots of instances of them in that state, kind of pushing cars over, and yeah, just all round being a little bit more aggressive, a lot more aggressive than usual. But yeah, then it's pretty amazing that must sort of blows over, and they turn into a nice elephant again. Must in Hindi actually means drunk, and I think that's actually a really nice way of looking at it. A bit like a person under the influence, really under the influence. An elephant bull under the pressure of sort of 60 times the normal healthy level of testosterone that would usually be in his body is just out of his mind. He's not in his usual mental state, so better to give him some room. Quite a sleepy scene here at Okakoyo now that the big herd of zebras kind of moved off into that chalky landscape to the back. Still a couple of springbok around the water's edge, 1 or 2 zebra just finishing up. It is a guarantee on a visit to Africa that waterholes through the hottest parts of the day will be a hive of activity. Pretty much everything has got a drink. Even the most desert-adapted animals will come down there at some stage if it is available. Water is life. Cool. Speaking of Ellies, I think we may check back in at Tau and see what's happening there. Haha, and more Ellies indeed. Quite a large tuskless female there on the right. It's actually a recessive gene, so it's not that those tusks broke off or were removed or anything like that. This female just simply never developed them. Some Ellies are like that. And you may find other females directly genetically linked to her in this family, i.e. her daughters will have that gene as well, as I think is the case. That other female on the right there is also tuskless. While the tusks are very useful to them, particularly when it comes to feeding and kind of digging in the mud and that sort of thing, and they can defend themselves without tusks, so it's not a disaster. They live their lives quite happily without them. And in many areas, elephants without tusks, in a way, would be less at risk to being killed by ivory poachers, people who would like to have those tusks. A couple of cattle egrets as well. Those are those white birds around the water's edge. In some parts of Africa, they will sit on the backs of ellies. You see that in East Africa. We are more likely to see them sitting on things like buffalo. I don't actually know why they don't sit on elephants in the Greater Kruger and in places like Madikwe. Maybe that's why. Very cheeky young elephant there. Chasing everybody today. A grizzly bear. We do have a number of migratory species, species of eagle. I think of things like the warbirds. The biggest driving force is probably the pursuit of food. In the case of something like the Wahlberg's eagle, they do a lot of feeding on things like insects. So they head up to parts of Eastern Europe to raise their families. They breed. And then they return to Africa when summer falls on us again, following millions and millions of insects. Many birds do that, not just species of raptor. I may have just said Wahlberg's eagle. I was thinking of the steppe eagle. The steppe eagle breeds in parts of Eastern Europe and then returns to Africa in pursuit of bugs. The Wahlberg's actually breeds here. So yeah, it's all about following favorable conditions, but it absolutely boggles my mind that something as small as a bird with relatively low intelligence can make a trip like that with no access to a GPS or anything like that, and often returning to the exact spot where it was the previous year. Yeah, it's one of those wonderful mysteries in nature, and perhaps in some way it's nice that some of those things remain mystery. And nature is full of unanswered questions. It sort of all adds to the magic of it. Lots of things we just don't know. Cool. Well, I believe there's quite a bit of activity at Old Donyo in southern Kenya. So let's switch over there now and see what's happening. Haha. And there certainly is a couple of beautiful giraffe, guinea fowl, and those very, very striking Burchell's zebra. Towering giraffe bull there. He's probably a full 3 or 4 foot taller than the females that he's with today. That is actually a younger male drinking on the left. You can tell their gender very, very easily by simply glancing at those things that look like horns. They're actually ossicles. They're made exclusively of bone, kind of covered in skin and hair. So in bulls, through the habit of sort of routinely fighting throughout their sort of mature stage of life, those horns are repeatedly broken and damaged, and they ossify. They attract calcium and they turn to bone. All 3 of these are males. So the ossicles or the ossicones of bulls are thicker. They're sort of beer can shaped, bald on the top, and those of females kind of curve inwards. They're a bit more skinny and fluffy on the top. Oh, 4 giraffes, all males. This looks like a group of bachelors. Some very interesting science coming out of captive giraffe populations. Scientists studying 3 separate groups of zoo giraffes kept in Europe noticed something pretty peculiar at night. It was a low frequency sound coming from these giraffes as they rested. So it is very low. It's sort of right at the lower limit of what the human ear can pick up, but it's described as a hum. And we're not quite sure why they do it. I've certainly never noticed it in wild giraffe populations. But I suppose we don't spend a whole lot of time with them at night. And the experts reckon that
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
Trying to get absolutely every inch of that skin completely coated in mud. Gotta love seeing elephants like this, just luxuriating in the water. It's got to be the most carefree part of their day. You can feel the joy. It's interesting. I was viewing a herd of elephants wallowing on the Sand River in the western sector of the Sabi Sands with a couple of guests on my vehicle, and somebody asked if the moms ever step on their calves, and I went, absolutely not. They're actually surprisingly graceful animals, which they are. And at that very moment, this enormous 4-ton female sort of leant back on her rear legs and sat pretty squarely on about a 1-year-old calf, which let out a pretty desperate scream. I don't think it was hurt, but yeah, scurried out of the way, and Mom sort of caressed it to say sorry. So apparently they do catch their babies underfoot or perhaps under bottom from time to time. But they are extremely, extremely graceful. And in spite of being big, bulky, very heavy-bodied things, they're very light on their feet. But certainly there are occasional moments of clumsiness, in particular in the water. I guess a bit like kids in the swimming pool, they get a bit carried away from time to time. There are bound to be the occasional upsets. Ellies are occasionally viewed as very, very destructive animals, and by all means they are. They push over a massive amount of trees. They consume a lot of resources, water and food every single day. But they have a rather critical role in the formation and the maintenance of these waterholes. So in this activity of Ellies climbing into the water, scooping the mud out, rolling around kind of in the base of these pans, they form natural pans. They also compress that base layer of mud, which helps to prevent the water from seeping into the soil. So in a way, you can kind of think of them as the gardeners of Eden. They're also, of course, phenomenal seed dispersers. So while they may destroy a lot of trees, for particular species like the Acacia nigrescens, the knobthorn tree, elephants carry off literally hundreds of millions of their seeds every season. And the seeds go through that fairly inefficient digestive system, landing in a pile of nitrogen-rich fertilizer, elephant dung, from which they can rapidly turn into a little seedling, a little baby tree. A study was actually done on those Acacia nigrescens, those knobthorn trees in the Greater Kruger, and that study found that if an acacia seed falls straight off of the canopy of the tree and lands on the ground, that seed has only got about a 13% chance of simply germinating, growing a little taproot and popping out 2 leaves. 13%. But if that seed is consumed by an elephant, as many millions are, hundreds of millions, if that goes through the elephant's digestive system, lands in that pile of dung, the chance of germination goes up to 86%. So how's that? The tree needs the elephant as much as the elephant needs the tree. The natural world is full of connections like that. And once we start to cause extinctions, we erode that fabric. We start to pull the threads out. Not so many of those connections are made, and biodiversity starts to fall apart. So we've got a great responsibility to conserve all of it, from the tiniest little frog or insect to the very biggest of our megafauna, the elephants, the rhinos, the whales, all of it. even pesky mosquitoes and flies have their role. Tadiwa, unfortunately, that question broke up as well. Could you pop it on the screen for me? Cherry, and thanks, Tadiwa. Cherry, thanks for that question. So, sort of the weighing elephants is not something a reserve would need to do necessarily specifically, but as mentioned in a slightly earlier segment, oh, bit of fisticuffs there, that was a bit rude. Um, if an elephant is being moved for whatever reason, if it is tranquilized, if it is hoisted up by a crane and loaded onto a flatbed truck, an opportunity sort of presents itself. So you would have the chance to just kind of check that weight out. But it's not something that happens extremely often. So yeah, hence my sort of revelation that I think they're a lot heavier than we may be under the impression they actually are. Yeah, a lot of our literature says that elephant bulls average out at about 6 tons. I reckon it's quite a bit more than that. Ballpark, more like 7 or 8 tons, average. That's bulls, of course. Cows are a little bit smaller. Females perhaps 4 or 5 tons.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
to provide water in these sort of game reserve environments raises a little bit of an ethical question. Essentially, if we were to be letting nature take its course entirely, a strong principle of managing wild spaces, we wouldn't provide any water at all. But it's a bit of a double-edged sword because essentially humans were the ones that put the fence up around the outside. We are restricting the animals' movements. So to some degree, water has to be provided for their survival. And of course, with many of these reserves needing to run ecotourism, safari travel operations, in order to financially sustain themselves, water means sightings of wildlife. So they are sort of a common fixture across Africa's reserves. But everything in balance. You don't want too many waterholes, or you get sort of artificial concentrations of wildlife, unnatural concentrations. And all of the bush surrounding the waterholes essentially gets destroyed. So it is a fine balance. A couple of waterholes, they reckon about 13 kilometers walking distance between each of them is sort of a healthy balance. Any closer and it starts to kind of create unnecessary damage on the bush. There are kind of spin-offs of every activity that humans have in nature. It's and it can be pretty challenging to see the bigger picture because obviously we're only here for maybe 80 or 90 years if we're very, very lucky. But for example, the management of the Kruger National Park, in the vein of this sort of artificial waterhole discussion, have only now recently started to see sort of the results of essentially a century of having too many of these artificial pans scattered across their landscape. Again, the idea to put the pans in is quite nice. It brings the animals in, they're easier to view. You obviously want all the wildlife to have access to water, keeps the animals alive. But artificial waterholes in the Kruger created kind of unnatural concentrations of things like zebra and wildebeest, which in many ways outcompeted the less dominant species of antelope, things like eland and sable. Unnatural concentrations of waterholes also bringing in all of the plains game species like zebra and wildebeest created a boom in lion populations. And lions then outpredated things like sable and eland as well. So now you very rarely see those species in the Kruger. But it is a moving target. Kruger has stepped in and closed many of those waterholes, spreading them out a bit more naturally. And we are seeing a bit of a rise in the rare antelope populations. It seems to have stabilized. In many ways, we learn as we go. We're figuring these things out. Farah, thank you for that question. An elephant family is a very, very tightly linked social unit. So when any member of that group suffers, in many ways, much like in a human family, all members will suffer. There is some science to give us an indication that there are sectors of an elephant's brain, in particular the sectors responsible for emotional depth, emotional capacity, that humans don't even have. So, so there's a great sense that elephants probably feel stress, emotion, grief, unhappiness, and I suppose on the opposite edge of that sword, joy, and all of those sort of positive emotions vastly more intensely than we do. You definitely see it. A cow with a very sick calf streams from her temporal glands. She'll start to lose weight. It may be stretching it a bit, but I would go as far as to say you can see that female is worried. They certainly have the intelligence to know that a sick individual might be getting worse and might not survive. And we certainly know that they suffer enormously from grief when a member of the family does inevitably pass away. Yeah, it's been fairly well documented that when the leader of a group passes away, and the matriarch, who's obviously been kind of the backbone of the herd from the get-go, when she eventually passes away, other female members of that family will actually break branches initially to cover the body. You might say they're trying to protect the body of that member from things like scavengers. Obviously, once that carcass is spotted by vultures and they start orbiting above it, that will be drawing in things like lions and hyenas from miles around. So they'll stand around that body for days trying to protect it. Every single member of the family, largest to smallest, streaming fluid from their temporal glands, an indication of intense emotional stress. But obviously it gets to a point where that body starts to decompose. It's pretty smelly. There's predators coming in. Now the herd will move away. But then a number of months, possibly even years later, the family will return. And there's almost like a ritual. The elephants all come in. Every member of the family will pick the bones up. They're quite gentle with them. There seems to be sort of some rules about how they conduct themselves visiting the site where that elephant passed away. They put the bones in their mouths. They sniff them. They touch them. And we obviously have no possible way of knowing what's going on in those immense brains. But it doesn't take too much of a stretch of the imagination to think that they can almost certainly remember that individual. They are obviously so famous for phenomenal memory capabilities. Yeah, they are very, very, very special animals indeed. Cool. Well, it might be time to check in at another feed. Let's hop over to Okakoyo. Let's see what's happening there. Ha! Check that out. My goodness. Streams of desert ellies coming in to the water at Okakoyo, close to Etosha in Namibia. So once again, these are desert adapted elephants. Genetically, not necessarily any different from the savanna elephant that we find at all of our other locations, or many of our other locations rather. But habitually, they have a vastly better ability to deal with life, often days at a time, between drinks. This herd just arriving in now may not have had a drink in 3 or 4 days. So you can imagine the relief, in particular for those youngsters. Goodness me. And what a wonderful place for these ellies to meet and greet. And possibly for the bulls, even have the ability to mate with a cow that's in estrus. Nina, they very often do, and that has led to us using the collective noun, a parade of elephants, with them sort of strutting all in a line. Yeah, marching down. It's another very popular misconception that elephants walking in a line like that will hold each other's tails. I think that once again has come from Disney films. They just don't do it in the wild. And if ever you've seen a photograph of it happening, it's captive elephants, and they've actually been trained to do it. It's something we humans have put on them. They don't do it in the wild. There are dozens of them here. That's awesome. Once again, these desert-adapted elephants are a pretty special thing. There's only a few hundred of them in Namibia. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful pleasure to see them.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Yeah, all of these ellies going about their typical elephant behavior here around this waterhole. Lots of swimming, lots of playing now that pretty much everybody has had their drink. There is certainly an order of things when it comes to coming down to these waterholes, particularly for the ellies. Once again, they don't want that water to be too sort of stirred up. They don't want the silt and the mud and all of that when they are having a drink. So having a bit of a splash around and a play comes second. But it is an activity, as we've seen, that even the very largest of bulls will capitalize on. They love it.
Der Linke da, der jetzt ein bisschen rüber guckt, der hat ja so abgebrochen irgendwie.
Very, very nice. Yeah, it's impossible not to be totally captivated by elephants. I've seen it hundreds of times on safari. The very chattiest, noisiest of guests have an elephant come sort of right past the car, and everybody is just completely silent. There's something really stunning about them. Some really phenomenal playing going on in the background there. I see babies standing on each other's backs, rising up out of the water. I guess a bit like the benefits of weightlessness in the water for humans. It must be really nice to take a load off. Nice on weary legs. And I'm sure many of these youngsters, after days away from the water, are feeling pretty weary. So this is a phenomenally refreshing experience for all involved. Haha, there's one in the middle climbing on someone's back. Very big bull kind of facing off for the cow here a little bit. I think she's quite wisely choosing to back away. He's about 30% heavier than she is. And I think perhaps a bit musty as well. Sure, these are tough looking ellies. big and bulky, baked by the sun. They certainly don't have an easy time of things in this part of the world, but they make it work. Yet another very large tuskless female, just walking out of frame at the moment there. Interesting to note that that tuskless characteristic seems to occur in most populations. Yeah, again, they seem to manage pretty well wherever they are, even without tusks. A couple of springbok just on the opposite side there. It's interesting that the closest relative of the springbok, which looks very much like a gazelle, is actually not gazelle at all. Their only real close connection in the wild is the gerenuk, a very peculiar kind of giraffe-like antelope that occurs in certain parts of Kenya. I believe they're found at Oldonyo. Yeah, the springbok's scientific name quite literally means not a gazelle. Antidorcus. Not Dorcas gazelle. And then the second half of their Latin name is marsupialis. Antidorcus marsupialis. Marsupialis, like marsupials that occur down towards Australia, referring to a funny pouch that the springbok has actually got sort of on its rump when they do that iconic pronking jumping thing that they're so famous for. That pouch sort of folds out and it's full of the softest white fur. Wildebeest coming in as well. Darkmane Lover, nice to have you on board. Another familiar voice. Highest concentrations of ellies in Africa, to my knowledge, are found in parts of Botswana. In particular, areas like the Chobe are home to quite literally hundreds of thousands of elephants at a time. South Africa's got some pretty big populations though. Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique has got quite a few, and then East Africa has also got mammoth populations of ellies. But yeah, obviously nothing like they once were. A mere 100 years ago, they reckon they were close on 10 million. However, today, probably closer to 400,000. So 4% of what they once were. That's pretty sad. But yeah, big pressures from a rapidly developing human world. Africa is fairly undeveloped by the rest of the world's standards. But a lot of development has happened in the last century. And we have a few more billion people. And unfortunately, people and elephants, as a rule, don't seem to mix very nicely. It's obviously very, very easy for us to empathize with the Ellies. They're such wonderful characters. Many of us love them so much. But you've also got to try and see it through the perspective of a little family living in a very, very rural area in Africa. Many of these people are subsistence farmers. They have like less than half an acre of crops. Many of these people growing corn. And that corn is intended to keep that family surviving through the harshest times of the year. Long live the honeybee and the African elephant. That little bird in the water there on the opposite side, I believe to be a little grebe. He must have had a very, very exciting day with all the visitors here today. Tiny, tiny little bird. Could probably fit in a teacup. Thankfully, oh, and there's two. Thankfully, a very skilled swimmer. So I'm sure they have no problem staying out of the way of elephants. They're also insectivorous. They're feeding almost exclusively on bugs. So I'm sure the presence of these ellies here today, stirring things up in the water, and I'm sure attracting flying insects with their droppings, are providing a nice food source for the bird life. Very sleepy looking bull there, even taking a load off, crossing his back legs. Perhaps time after a nice refreshing drink and a bathe to go and find somewhere shady to have a bit of a rest. Tanner, the crisscross is really, really nice. And if you've spent any time with things like domestic horses, they do it as well, particularly when they're at rest. If they are sort of tied up to a fence or in a stable or something like that, just relaxing, they also kind of cock their back foot back like that. Yeah, it's a nice clear indication of relaxed elephant body language for us if we are dealing with them in close proximity. An elephant will only do that if it's very, very comfy with your presence. And then there was one. We've spent quite a bit of time here this afternoon. It's been interesting to see vast herds coming in, coming out. Yeah, there's definitely value in hanging around at the water's edge.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Cool. Well, possibly time to maybe check in at one of our other locations. Let's check in at Jamala, where I believe there's a little bit more going on. Back up in Madikwe, Jamala still full of elephant activity by the looks of things. It seems like almost a complete guarantee throughout the day. Yeah, lots of elephant magic. The weather is looking a lot nicer in Jamala than it is where I currently am. It's very, very grey and overcast, a bit drizzly. Jamala, 400 or 500 kilometers to the northwest from me, is looking sweltering hot. Hot and sunny. And yeah, hence all the elephant activity. That little black and white bird coming down to the water's edge, a pied crow. Very opportunistic species of bird. He feeds on carrion, so rotting meat. But as I say, quite opportunistic. If he comes across a little hatchling terrapin or a baby bird, perhaps a lapwing's nest, he will very happily feed on eggs. Little unsuspecting animals. Part of nature's cleanup crew. And the corvids, the crows, are some of the most intelligent species of birds out there. Renowned for their tool use capabilities, which seems to be a measure of animal intelligence. Laura, it most certainly has. No complaints from me, though. As many of you will know, I've got an immense soft spot for African ellies. I would go as far as to say they are my favorite of all of the varied and diverse species we deal with. Yeah, the beauty of ellies for me is there's just constant activity. There's so much behavior to interpret. As impressive as things like the big cats are, and they certainly are, something very exciting about spending time with lions or leopards. But they do tend to spend a lot of their time asleep. Ellies, in contrast, are up and active virtually all the time. Constantly stuff going on. And the more time I spend with elephants, the more I learn about them. Forever seeing new behaviors, quirky little things they do. I still have yet to witness an elephant giving birth, though, in all of my thousands of hours spent on safari with them. hopefully that'll come true at some stage. I've missed it on at least 3 separate occasions by minutes, finding sort of newborn elephant babies slipping and falling over in the afterbirth. So I've come close, but never actually seen it. Hopefully it'll happen at some stage. Yeah, they are fascinating creatures. And still filled with sort of so many secrets. So many things we just can't answer, but perhaps that's quite a nice thing. So in a little less than a minute, we're going to be saying goodbye to you for the afternoon. We hope you've enjoyed this live at the Waterhole show for today. And as ever, we will be back tomorrow morning. It promises to be another exciting day. It always is. So we hope to have you back on board tomorrow. But from myself, Liam Burrow, Tadiwa, who's been directing for the last couple of hours, the entire WildEarth team as a whole, thank you very much for joining us. I hope wherever you are, you're in touch with nature and having a wonderful day. And we'll speak to you soon.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.